Supervisor.
Thank you, sir. These are the monthly stats?
Yes.
These are the monthly stats for AMR, our ambulance service. You want one?
I've got a couple things to cover, a couple of requested stuff. So we'll start with the monthlies. This was for September. Oh, I gave away my one copy. We'll do it again.
I'll take it later.
Yes, ma'am. So September was very busy, more than back on track. Bottom line, we can go through each one of the cities, you can see that, but 126 calls for service, 78 transports, per requested, 7 helicopter transports. Probably 4 times that amount of call outs that we canceled helicopter, and we're gonna go into, what we're doing to change that immediately. So for the week, starting off on that track, this week, we've got 21 calls for service, 14 transports, more than on track to do another 100+ month. To say it's slow down is back into full swing right now. We're doing great as far as turning a lot of wheels.
Sure.
Last week we were asked if we can streamline the operation regarding having the fire department call outs for each time helicopter is launched. And as it was a new system, we were able to immediately make change as requested. So what we're doing now is our dispatch and Linn County dispatch will give us a chest pain. If the chest pain comes out with arm pain involved in breath diaphoresis, for us it's immediate cardiac activation. We call it a helicopter. So what we were doing before is I immediately get on the phone and call our dispatch, have helicopter respond. So the cost even for helicopter to get in here, but early activation is the key to making sure time is muscle, time is memory. Will stroke. And at that point, we were calling the fire departments, and it was. Luckily, I talk loud enough you could hear me anyway. What that was doing is sending out some excess need for the fire department. So what we did now is to streamline it, and it seems to be working. We immediately changed it the day you guys asked, is now we're gonna go ahead and call our helicopter out. And then when our crews get on scene, which is a normal thing, they make their differential diagnosis, decide whether a helicopter is needed or not. And at that point, we'll either send for the fire department or cancel our helicopter, which we had no need to call for the fire department. So it was an immediate fix to, an issue that came up, which we assumed there'd be 1 or 2 issues with utilizing our helicopter.
Are you good with that, Doug?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if there's any problems, of course, Chief, just give us a holler and we'll work through it and make it all good. The only other thing was, Galen is meeting with the OPR ED director today, and of course, me crying wolf all the time. We are, as well as the entire Kansas City Metro, in dire need of paramedics. We're still down our 2 positions. We're filling with overtime. Our guys are working a lot. There's nothing anyone can do. It is the perfect storm of, it's a hard job. Young people aren't very interested in being paramedics. COVID came in, slowed down the schools, and we're not turning out paramedics. Our company has been extremely proactive in recruiting and offering every bit of money we have to get at them. They're just not available. I live up in the Kansas City Metro. As most of you guys know, I also work part-time for a fire department. We're down at least 30 paramedics in the Metro, and the schools are empty.
Yeah, that was announced at Topeka at the state
Yeah.
board last, couple weeks
And
ago.
Commissioner James is well aware of this when he sits through the Kansas board. What that means for us is we started utilizing our emergency medical technician A's to help transport out of the county some of the lower priority patients, which still gives them every bit of care they need after a paramedic assesses. Luckily, we were able to implement that change when we did, and it's saving our butt right now. It's very standard practice in rural communities to use. So we have basic level EMTs, advanced level EMTs, and then most of us are EMT paramedics. Think of it as EMT is a nurse and a paramedic is a physician, just as a general rule. I am not a doctor. Aside from that, any other questions for me?
No, thanks for everything you do.
And please keep the feedback going, Chief, Sheriff. We could easily make these changes to make the system work better and operate better. And like I said, we're always happy to be here.
Thank you. Sheriff?
Good morning, Commission. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. As far as the numbers go, our total prisoners in this morning are 23. We have 17 in-house. 6 of those are farmed out. Had several bond out over the weekend, which was good. We had 147 911 calls last week, and 299 calls for service. I included in the report to you guys an incident that was reported to the press back on the 7th. That was an airplane that was reported to have crashed over near Centerville. It actually wasn't an airplane crash by all means, but it was actually taxiing down the roadway and had no wings, so it wasn't really able to fly. So it was considered a motor vehicle crash. The only other thing I really have is we worked with AMR through this through the whole deal on the fire call out for our dispatch center and stuff, and they were able to take care of that really well and quickly, and we appreciate that. It was great teamwork with AMR and the firehouse and our communications division, so I appreciate their efforts on that. Anything for me this morning?
I've been reading your emails, your moment of greatness, and I know I'm not supposed to reply back to them or whatever, but I just wanted to let you know and your department know how thankful we are for you guys and the good work that they do. So,
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good week.
Thank you.
Doug?
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Doug Bartlett, Fire Chief, Emergency Manager. I gave David this morning the employee evaluations on my Deputy Fire Chief and Emergency Planner. I don't know if you want to go into executive session to discuss them, or if you just want to review them. And then I have 2 applications for the volunteer fire service for you this morning.
Good.
First application is Blake Freeman. He would be Parker for Station 940. Parker currently has 10 people on their roster. The second application is Thomas Rimley for Mound City. Mound City currently has 8 on their roster. Mr. Rimley is an employee of the Sheriff's Department who started within the last 6 weeks or so. If you would hire him, I think perhaps we could waive his physical and drug screen since he's completed one just most recently. The other gentleman, we would want to go through our full hiring process, and then both would be hired as probationary firefighters, meeting all other requirements.
Centerville and Parker?
Mount City and Parker. They're the originals, David.
And he'd already received the physical and drug screening.
Correct. Mr. Rimley just went to work for the sheriff's office, I believe about 6 weeks ago, according to the sheriff. So I don't know that we would need to do the physical and drug screen on him again since we just had it done. Save a little bit of money.
Same test, right?
Yeah, it's going to be the same thing, so.
All right, so you'd need a motion that would, Mr. Freeman then would be hired with the normal probationary requirements
Less the physical and drug screen.
and plus that. And the other gentleman would be hired without the drug screen and the physical, which is Rimley. My motion.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
How many open spots do you have throughout, do you know off the top of your head?
Usually we're on any given day somewhere between 65 and 75 firefighters, so we'd have at least 30, 35 open slots countywide. And be a little more than that now because you've approved 22 for 2 of the stations, so
Right.
we'd probably be up 40 or 50.
And to be able to sign up for that, they just get in contact with you or?
Right, to just get in contact with us. They can get an application off the county's website, fill it out, submit it to David, submit it to us. Any way we can get the application.
Do you normally have them go right to the fire chief of that?
We give the application to the captain of the
Yeah.
station.
Yes, that's what I
And
meant.
then we wait until the captain asked us to bring it to you.
Yeah.
And the fire board has given us, if myself and the captain agree on the application, the fire board's given us permission to go ahead and bring it to you. If we have a disagreement, then the fire board wants to review the application.
Okay.
The last thing I have for you are 2 fire apparatus that are being built by Rosenbauer in South Dakota are coming along. They're on schedule. Expected finish around the end of November, 1st of December. They have suggested that I come up to their facility and inspect the trucks while they are still at the factory, so that if we find anything wrong, anything they've left off, et cetera, that we can get that corrected before it ever leaves the factory. It would be about a 6.5-hour drive for me to go up there. Hopefully I could get it done in one day, where I just drive up, very next morning, get up, inspect them, and then drive back. Worst case scenario would be 2 days. It would run probably somewhere in the neighborhoods of $200 to $350 plus fuel costs for me to just drive up there and back. So I wanted to see if that was something you would be agreeable to.
Yeah, I don't have any issue with it, yeah.
Are you the right person? Are you taking someone with you? Not that you're not, I don't know.
With COVID, I kind of hazard to put 2 or 3 people in the same vehicle contained for 6-8 hours. So my thought was just to go up there and do it. Obviously, I have the bid specs. I can go through and check every item, which is what I do anytime we get something like
Sure.
that. So that we make sure on each apparatus that they have installed everything that they bid on and said that they were going to install on the truck. And then we typically make them run it through a process to show us that it works, it drafts water. When we did that in Mississippi, of course, it took 2 people with me, but when we did it in Mississippi, when I first started in '07, we went down there and picked up 2 tankers that we got, one on a grant, the other one the county paid for. The second one wouldn't pump. There was a wiring problem with the switch that activated the pump system, and had we not checked it there before we brought them home, we'd have got home and it wouldn't have worked. So
Okay.
we try to make them run through all the paces to make
I
sure
don't have
they
any,
work.
I don't have any problem with it either. Why
It's Lyons, South Dakota is where the factory is.
don't you wait till January and go up there?
Yeah. Hopefully we won't have to. Obviously, if COVID hits their factory, it could shut our process down, and it could be January, February before we get the trucks. But right now, they're thinking into November or December, so.
I don't have any problem with you going there.
Nor do I.
Hey, you need to show.
We have 2 fire trucks that are being built by Rosenbauer, who's a fire truck apparatus manufacturer. Their plant that's building the trucks is in Lyons, South Dakota. So we want to go up there, look at the trucks before we get them down here. They will drive them down here. Actually, they go to Salina, I believe it is, Hayes Fire, maybe it's Hayes, Kansas. But they'll go there, install the radios and the remaining equipment, and then they'll drive them to Linn County. We just don't want to have to drive back to South Dakota if there's something wrong with them. We want to go up, look at them, make sure they're right before they do all this driving. And we get them down here, we get them in service.
Is that all you got, Doug?
Yes, that is it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to review these? Do you want me to present them in executive session? What is your pleasure?
Let's wait a week, because we're still waiting on a lot of them anyway.
Not a problem. Thank you. Have a good day.
Nothing weird about them, right?
No, it's not.
Thank you.
40% increase or anything? All right.
Go first to give the so I'm gonna let Robin go first to give the health officer update with COVID, and then I'll give you other health department information.
Robin, if you'll just state your name and your title and stuff so everybody knows.
Robin Spencer, Linn County Public Health Officer. As Tisha said, I'm going to speak about all things, I'm going to report about all things COVID related. Jump right into the numbers. Last week, if you read the website, you know we were at 90 cases. As of last night, we're at 100, with 14 of those being considered active. I'll let you know that 5 of those positive cases were reported Saturday. And so there was a lot of calls being made. It's not an overreach for me to go ahead and let the commission know that those cases did affect Pleasanton School District. So as you can imagine, a lot of people, maybe more so than in other cases, were needing to be quarantined. I'll say that the administration of Pleasanton, led by Travis Labor did a great job, and they can't quarantine, but they were able to notify possible students, teachers, staff that would need quarantine ahead of time, so that plans to get laptops, assignments, childcare could be done before coming to school Monday morning and saying, oh, by the way, you can't come in here. So I'd like to point that out. A large number of people had to be called because of where these cases were. And I'm proud to say that yesterday, 4 of the Linn County health nurses, including Tisha, showed up, and we were able to make those calls yesterday on what technically was their day off. So, and they worked very hard, and we got all those notifications made and the packets ready to mail this morning. So all in all, what could have been a lot worse went well. I do have to report that unfortunately Linn County does have to report their first COVID-related death. A large press release wasn't made because of special circumstances. This case did not start symptoms or was not exposed in the state. She did, however, need to become hospitalized and did pass with a Linn County address. So she will be, when you see the report out Wednesday, we will have to report a death.
Ma'am, I'm not going to be rude or anything, but during the meeting, it's for the commissioners. At 10 o'clock, you'll be able to ask questions if you'd like, okay? Yes, ma'am.
So on another note, the health department is in a situation right now where we do have a few boxes of extra surgical grade masks. We're going to offer, and this is strictly voluntary, if they so choose, the business owners to request a box of those to have at their front door with appropriate signage saying, you know, if you choose to put on a mask while you're in here, these are available for you. Please take one.
They just reach out to you to,
We're going to have those, and we'll put this on the website also, that business owners can contact the sheriff's office, and we'll have the boxes there and some appropriate signage for them to pick up if they so choose.
Chris, how are we putting them, since I see the numbers come up on the right there, and thanks for updating those numbers on Wednesday. So how are we going to get some more information up so people won't have to search through the website? Will you be able to do that?
Yeah, so right now there's a whole section devoted to COVID, and it's on the homepage. You can click on that and go directly there.
Okay.
Through the health department, something that they deem important, we just
Put it up there. I know everything can't be on the front page. I know. Yeah. Thank you.
I believe that the request by the commission last week for some information about isolation versus quarantine
Yes.
was placed there. And if you have any other requests of, you know, questions that you're getting a lot or something that we can clarify, just let us know and we'll make sure that gets there
Thank you.
also. One other thing, and I'm going to say this lastly because it's not probably going to be the most popular thing I say today. I'm mentioning this because it was mentioned in the commissioners meeting last week. Having a countywide Christmas dinner in one forum with potentially a large number of county people there eating is not going to be the recommendation of the health department, myself.
Okay.
So, and doesn't mean we can't do it, just we're going to have to be a little more creative in how you do it. You know, maybe individual offices, and then I know you give away awards and recognitions at that same time. You know, we might have to do that by Zoom. Just something to think about before a lot of planning and hard work goes into it if we have to change it. Okay.
Well,
Go ahead.
Interrupt for just a second. I had Cindy and Amanda here to talk about some plans on that too.
okay. Maybe if I don't know how busy you are, maybe we can get to that before you leave, and you all can talk after.
Okay. I'd like to answer any questions that you guys have.
I don't think I have any.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Tisha Coleman, Linn County Health Department Director. Just wanted to let you know that we did receive all of our flu project vaccine, which is regular dose flu. So we have approximately over 700 doses that we can administer to people for no charge, adult-wise. And then we have our VFC program for children, and then we have our insurance bill for Medicare that typically covers the high dose that we have as well. So we are ready and going, have scheduled multiple flu clinics, and anybody that needs a flu shot, we can give you one.
Besides newspaper, are they being put in different areas in town? Like if you're going to hold one in Pleasanton, are they flyers, or what are we doing to?
So
know.
what we have done is we actually had Blue Mound scheduled, the senior site scheduled before we received our doses. Actually, we had our high dose we had ran out of, and so we had to reschedule that. And we were able to go there last week and do senior center, the senior center, and I think we gave 11. The Mound City senior site is tomorrow. And then the Centerville senior site is on the 15th. Lacey, Linn Valley, and Parker either have declined or going to get back with us to if they want to do that. We are also going to do the county next week. Okay. Next week, and I think what we're going to do is offer to go to the departments, kind of like I say a mobile flu vaccine clinic. That way we're not bringing everybody together. I know that the sheriff's department and the inmates will go there to do that. County employees the same. And then schools, we have our flu shot clinics set up in the schools for that. Now, as far as the like Mound City and Centerville, we put that information on the website in like a little flyer type thing. And then senior sites have put that out, and then through Facebook. And I can put information in the newspaper. We've talked about different ways to give, to like maybe sit at the grocery store and give vaccines or something like that. Just so that our goal is to vaccinate and flu vaccinate everybody that wants to be done, hopefully before Halloween. And the purpose for that is so they have that in their system. Because as you know, flu season may or may not hit earlier, but we also have COVID that we're dealing with. So we also have postponed our community baby shower last year we did our first annual community baby shower, and it was an educational event for moms, new moms, pregnant women, with lots of educational information, and we just felt that we needed to postpone that. We talked about doing a drive-through, but then we're very busy at the health department, and so we're postponing that probably till spring. So that's all I have.
Is there any word out, any information out, people versus takes the flu shot, how it's going to, it's not going to affect COVID or anything, but are they going to evaluate people differently because they've taken a shot and then they may be testing positive for COVID? Is it going to affect them any different? The stats, you know, some people go to the hospital, as we know, a couple cases, and they had the symptoms of COVID, but didn't test positive, but now they have the flu shot and they test positive. Is there any differences? Is there any talk about whether it will help or not help or anything like that?
Not that I've heard.
Okay.
I mean, I think
That was a very poor question I asked, I know, but
I
help me
think
out.
I know what you're asking. Does the flu vaccine help or prevent maybe COVID? Is that the question you're asking?
Yeah, or is it going to affect the doctor's answers when it comes to COVID at all?
So I know that with us, what we will do, what we're going to start doing, kind of like when we started with COVID, was we had to rule out flu.
Okay.
And so we will do a flu test to make sure that it's not influenza. And then we do the COVID test to see if it is that. Now,
Robin looked all cross-eyed at me like, what the hell did he say?
and so the purpose of getting the flu vaccine ahead of time and getting it on board and getting vaccinated is to hopefully prevent or lessen the symptoms of influenza, so that if you get COVID, you don't have two co-infections. And she probably can speak better to all of that. But I don't know that it necessarily,
Okay, you answered my question that I really wanted to ask, both parts of it, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I just did a terrible job at asking. So they will be able to eliminate the flu right off the bat. So there is a way to test and eliminate the possibility of flu.
rule it out.
There you go.
Yes.
Thank you.
And with us, what we're doing is a rapid. Now, once we get our machine, our testing machine, the cartridge is supposed to be able to do influenza and COVID,
Yeah.
and maybe another respiratory.
What's the status on that? I mean, have you heard from them?
Still before the end of December. That's all.
Into where? When?
90 days is from when we ordered it, so August, I think, 21st.
It would be mid-November, it comes in, it's in the 90 days of COVID.
Okay.
But, yeah. So, do you want to speak about that, about vaccine or anything? And COVID and,
So like CDC or whatever it's called, are they really concerned with flu season coming along with COVID and all that? I mean, are they anticipating a huge spike, or do you guys know
with influenza?
with COVID during flu season? I mean, or they don't even coincide really?
Well, I mean, there's no research saying that they're anticipating it's going to be worse or better. We never know what the flu season
Gotcha.
is going to do. But we do know from experience that when we started wearing masks and social distancing last year at the start of the COVID outbreak, flu almost went away immediately. So as long as we're practicing the same social distancing, hand hygiene, and mask wearing if you choose to, I anticipate that the flu season is going to be a lot better this year, a lot easier. There's no contraindication of getting the flu vaccine if you suspect or you're a confirmed COVID case. It won't hurt you to get it. We're only recommending that if you, of course, are in isolation or quarantine, that of course you don't come to one of the sites and get it. That's the only reason why you would wait to get your flu shot if it was COVID related.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
You'll have your numbers posted Wednesday?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're on it this morning.
I did.
Is that Mike?
Yeah.
Chris, you got anything?
Morning, Chris Martin, Linn County IT Director. Just to bring you up to date on a couple of things. The commission room audio that project for Spark is done.
Okay.
So, I think the audio sounds pretty good today. That's a lot lifted up on the web, so we're good there. The courtroom live stream project is done. It's 99%. We're waiting on one little piece of software, but they have already opened at the judge's discretion for in-person hearings in court. So that project is done.
Is it working pretty good? I mean, for them?
I think so. Again, we're gonna do a little bit of audio work with it, but that's the last little 1%. But it is working and online. Our temperature monitors, we distributed out the school ones last week. So the ones they requested have been sent out, and they were happy to get those. And then our tower starts today. So the company's gonna be here sometime this afternoon to get started on the civil work at the top.
All right.
How long is that? How long is that gonna take?
I think it'll probably be about a week on the civil work, and then it'll be a few days to stack it later. You know, the tower will arrive later, and they'll put it up.
They'll put the foundations in, let them cure before they put any stress on them.
Yeah.
Does that take a week or 3 days?
Concrete's about a 28-day cure process. There are some that you can do in 14 days, but it depends on the loading and
Yeah.
the over-engineering.
I got you.
Probably a month.
All right.
Okay.
Before they stack it. Are we having to extend it any of it due to the tree issues, or?
Yeah, we mitigated that problem.
Okay.
Yep. Sure did. So,
That's it for me, Chris. Thank you.
all right. Thank you, guys.
Commissioner, can I have one moment?
Yeah, come on up.
Please, I'm sorry. One thing I wanted to mention, real quick, and I was kind of waiting for
Our Public Works Director to be in the room, but last night, about 10:30, we lost a component in one of our racks that controls a telephone system in our office. And I was on the phone with Chris, and he worked at the office until about 1 o'clock this morning. to remedy that situation. Then came back in at 5 o'clock this morning to reassess and make sure that everything was up and running. And I think those things are important to let you guys know some of the stuff that sometimes happens in the background. And I really appreciate his dedication to it. I know when I called him, we were all in bed when this started. So I mean, and I appreciate him getting up and taking on that task. It alleviates us from having to, go out, reach out to contractors and stuff like that to take care of those issues. But he was able to replace the component with the backup component that was on hand for us, and then come back in. And I was getting text messages from him at 5 this morning about his reassessment of the system and where we were at. So I just wanted to mention that, and I wanted Jack to be in the room to know what his people are doing for us too. It's greatly appreciated.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I was feeling sorry for myself.
First good comment about you, Chris.
And as I drive into the parking lot, I run into Chris, says, how's your day? He says, perfect. Everything's great. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we do.
First I heard of that.
All right. Well, Gary, you got anything else?
I have 3 or 4 items. I just need to touch base with you on executive session, some of which may result in some action that I need to run by you first.
And I got probably 15 or 20 minutes worth of legal that I would like to get Jack involved in too.
And then I had a few minutes for personnel that I wanted to tack on. Cindy and Amanda are still here. I think maybe
You
they're
ordered
talking
breakfast in there?
Tisha and Robin, if you want to bring them in.
Oh, yeah. Amanda?
Are they ready for us?
Are-
Are they ready?
I mean,
Are-
they all kind of.
Are they in there?
That's appreciated. There's sometimes those conversations, those other rooms just amplify into this room. And so. Did we come up with something that was appeasable?
So yeah, they've already been working on a plan anticipating that this would be necessary. It's been moved to the Baptist church, which is a lot larger, and they have permission to use different rooms and then just live stream anything that needs to be heard by all. They have a plan for individual meals and packaged condiments, packaged silverware. Take your temperature when you come in. We just really need to be able to ensure that hopefully not, but if somebody does become a positive case that came here, that we can definitely say that we social distance and we wore masks when appropriate. So I think they have a good plan.
All right. Good job. Way to go, Amanda.
Amanda, you want to add anything to it? Cindy, you guys got anything to add?
No, I've kind of been working on getting everything organized. Are you guys okay or wanting us to do the meal like we did last year? Are you wanting to do something different?
We'd like Danny to pay for it all.
I think I still owe Mike from last year.
Well, yeah.
He's not going to answer either.
Are you guys okay with putting all that extra effort in there? And we didn't compensate you near enough last year, I know.
No, we're fine with that.
I mean, it costs a lot of money to cater anything, and let alone a meal like that's a big deal. And so, I certainly want to pay my share.
And Danny's.
Okay, well, if you're okay with that,
Daddy will be picking up my half this year, so
Well,
the sky's the limit.
sky's the limit. Okay, lobster for everyone. Yeah. Okay, then we'll just carry on and
Is there, this year, have you talked to the section heads about awards or certificates or any ideas that they want to recognize their individuals besides the longevity pay, checks, or anything like that?
we haven't.
I'm looking at Kevin back there,
The thing
And-
that might be difficult with that
Tisha,
if you would then, because we're going to try to separate everyone, is you then be bringing people back in to the sanctuary where we're going to use a microphone. So unless it's something that we put together beforehand and it's in a
let's
slide
do that. Let's try. Last year was the first year we were thinking about it really seriously. It would be nice to, the sheriff to come up with 2 or 3 different awards that he would like to present every year to his individual officers or someone that served. AMRs should be participating as well, even though they're contracted. Doug, if you have some firefighters that's done really well, that you want to come up with some type of certificate. And just maybe before we do that, people might laugh or say something about an award, but and then they may look at it and say, who cares? But they do care. People care that they're recognized, and they should be recognized for their achievements that they do, even if it's just a certificate and a thank you and a pat. So
And we had back several months ago, I know when Cindy and Amanda were over talking about the payroll program, we planned on talking about some award program ideas, and it just kind of got pushed back because of all the COVID and everything going on, so we haven't pressed that any, but
So the reason I'm big on it is because that's the way I was raised in the military, that, you got awarded and then you got crushed for doing something wrong. And that's just the way it is. So I'd like to see us on that program, that we recognize those ones that deserve it, because, the amount of pay that we give them is just overwhelming to a lot of them, as much as we pay, $8 an hour or whatever.
Okay.
But
I'll see
yeah,
what-
something like that.
Yeah, I'll see what we can come up with. My fear with that is you have a very small office that has 2 or 3 people.
That's true.
Do you give an award to one and then you feel like you have to give one to the other? We've been thinking of just kind of a countywide recognition, not necessarily it's always your department head giving you
And that's
credit.
fine,
Okay. Okay.
but let's do something.
Okay. All right. I'll work on that. Thank you.
I don't know how much you guys were involved in that, but a few years ago, we really strived to make the incentives performance-based, not just earned or time in or things like that, but as well performance-based. And as you made yourself more valuable to our county community, then you were compensated for it. And I don't think you've seen anybody argue with a raise that was based on merit and extra effort, because, I mean, that's just
Sure.
common sense. And a lot of times you just put your time in, and why would you do this if you're not gonna get compensated or recognized? That's just part of it, and we appreciate your efforts to help us do that, but anyway.
I think we asked the county guys and women, everybody, to do a lot of extra stuff. I mean, would it be out of the ordinary to do some like employee of the month type thing and then give them like maybe some
I think
few hours of vacation or something?
kind of like David's area, being an HR guy on the side, maybe a committee of you guys figure out several different awards. I know Kevin, his group of people does something totally different, and so does Doug's. So maybe something from them, and then if you got the smaller offices or the overall county, just come up with several, and let's make it an annual thing. All right.
That'd be good. All right, you guys, got anything else? Good. All right, I think
How much time we need?
we're gonna take, what are we doing, a 5-minute recess? Yeah, we better, we're gonna open it right now for public comment. So if there's anybody at this time that has anything they would like to say, please stand up, state your name and your question, and we'll listen or try to answer what we need to do, so.
Okay, question. I just wondered, Jim Johnson, I wondered about the question I asked yesterday, last week. Am I gonna get an answer?
Gary, have you checked into that?
I had some figures that I was gonna run by you guys to let you present them however you want.
Yeah, we'll give them to you.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
And ma'am, I don't know your name, but you had some good questions. I think you were going to ask some good questions. You like to ask anything?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Come on up here.
I am Sharon Welch, and I have worked at the marina part-time as a seasonal worker, as well as cleaning cabins and doing other things prior. To me, I read in the paper last week about COVID, okay? How there's some expenses of like $10,000, I think I read, that for the health COVID matters
Okay.
for cleaning up. Can I tell you that that's an awful high count, $10,000 for COVID cleaning. Okay. I would like to see more elbow grease of people caring and taking time to clean up with or without COVID. There's flus, there's chicken pox that occur. You know, once you get something, chances are with chicken pox, you may not get it back. Shingles. There's no way to me, if you even wear a mask, take it off, your face is moisturized, the germs are still there. Okay. Now, we can be ritual about masks and everything else. We can take this all out of hand. And I'll tell you right now, God wants us to avoid his representatives, his conduct, and everything else. He wants us to, he wants us to be his representatives, whether it be a flu or anything else. And to mix up through Congress even an act of, doing just ritual stuff just to pacify, the health department will get a good check mark because this is what's stated on paper or whatever else like that. Clean up whether we have COVID or not. Let's clean up after ourselves. Take the time. It's push come to shove. People don't care to teach their children to wash their hands properly because it's a push to shove world. Let's take precaution and teach our children. When, I don't care the cost of, expenses for COVID, $10,000. Let's simplify things. Put our money into our, where our mouth is too. And when we teach our children how to do something in a health manner, do we have the time to teach our children accurately and care about them, or are we going to treat them like cattle and shove them around? And one of the things that I see going on is
Just a couple more minutes, okay?
on the news, Channel 4 and Channel 5 especially, I have seen, let's teach our children to do things accurately. One thing is, you have this, you got to teach health on the news, and yet on the other aspect of the news is have this hot dog contest and cram food. We teach our children that that's okay to be popular on contests. Excuse me, but I have a real problem with that. We're teaching our children to be pigs for a popular contest on the news. It's not healthy in our digestive system to act and eat like pigs, no more than it is to cram music or any other category out there. So, and the other thing is I wanted to comment on is the health department to get a new location because of the Spark funding, okay? Because we have a stimulus Spark funding thing. If the roof needs fixed after 40 years of having a house, you might need a new roof, or 20 years after, you might need a new roof. Fix it. When you are in a location, let's keep our community in a good communication way instead of changing buildings and changing this and changing that. When I worked retail, it was face the shelves with this and this and this and this and this, so people will impulse buy and for marketing. It's not only confusing for the community, but as an employee for retail, to switch things around so people can't go right to it to purchase something, in my retail experience, why not make it nice for not only the workers, but for the community people that come in to like shop? They go right to the shelf to get what they need. They know where it is. But corporate changes that for marketing and impulse buy purposes. It's a form of communication, and that's not what God wants us to do, is confuse people's minds and make it difficult to go out there and shop. We're a small enough community that we don't have to be so political, corporate oriented, but make it nice. We're a team. I like to think that we're God's team. Keep the buildings where they are so people know where they are. If they need fixing, fix them. If you switch buildings, chances are the other buildings are going to need repair too. Why not keep it?
We're running out of time. We gotta.
You know, my point is keep it simplified. We're a small enough community. Keep it team oriented and keep it nice and simplified. Okay. That's what I would like to see that really happen. And that will show team effort.
Okay.
Thanks, Sharon.
Thank you for your comments. Heather, you got anything? Do you need to talk, or do you want to talk?
Yeah, let's wait.
Well, we can speak. We're gonna take a recess. I think you want to do a recess.
5 minute recess, and then let's go right into the
What do we got for
executive session.
Well, like I say, I need 5 or 10 for personnel. Gary needed legal, Mike needed legal.
Okay, so
Three or four little things that I've got to speak to, take 5 or.
I just want to say something really quick. I've had a few people reach out to me about how much we go in executive session, and we're all aware of why we can go in there and why we can't go in there. And I just want to reiterate that we do follow the rules. That Gary, I lean on him a lot to make sure that we're doing what we need, and I feel like we are. So I just wanted to let everybody know that. So, but with that, I'll make a motion that we go in legal for. Say this one more time.
30 minutes legal.
30
you
for
said?
legal, 10 for personnel after a 5-minute break. Is that what we're
Yep.
looking at?
Second. Moving second, all in favor?
Aye. Did Jackie go already? I don't think. Hey, Jackie, did you already talk? I know I was getting off easy.
Oh, I don't know how much it is, but I'm trying to stop by there today before I came, but I didn't make it. So I'll just bring it over.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, Gary, you want to have a little bit of action?
Resolution?
Yeah, I guess I didn't read this resolution. This is a resolution that I drafted to facilitate the pharmacy / health project because of the time frame involved that we had to fall under certain sections of our purchasing policy. Resolution 2020-22. Whereas Linn County purchasing policies were enacted on September 20, 2019, and whereas said policies allow for sole source purchases of products and services when, in the view of the county commission, such purchases are necessary due to emergency circumstances. And whereas Linn County, along with the state of Kansas and the United States, is operating under certain emergency declarations due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the Linn County Health Department is in need of additional space for operations and storage to successfully fulfill its obligation as in the COVID-19 emergency. And whereas under certain grant programs funded by the federal government and administered in part by the state of Kansas, Linn County has been granted funds to purchase, expand, and remodel a facility to accommodate the Linn County Health Department. And whereas in order to qualify for those funds, the county must certify that the project can be completed by December 30, 2020. And whereas formal bidding and advertising procedures under Linn County's purchasing policy would make it impossible to meet the necessary schedule. Now therefore, it is hereby resolved by the Board of Commissioners of Linn County, Kansas, number one, emergency circumstances as envisioned in section 2 of the Linn County purchasing policy approved September 30, 2019, exist as to the purchase, expansion, and remodeling of a new health department facility in Linn County due to the exigencies of the COVID-19 pandemic and the schedule imposed by the federal government in its relief grant funding. Number two, sole source purchasing of goods and services for said project shall be allowed. Number three, this resolution shall be published one time in the official newspaper of the county. This resolution shall be effective upon its approval by the Board of Commissioners of Linn County, Kansas. Approved this 13th day of October 2020. If it's your desire to approve that resolution, you need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Second thing is that we'll report back to you that the purchase of the pharmacy building was completed on Friday. Danny is there to sign the documents for your authorization. And the purchase price actually going to be a little bit lower than thought because there's some reimbursement for the taxes that they had paid this year. Or they had paid this year for the due.
Yeah.
So I think the purchase price ended up being about 153 somewhere.
Yeah,
Wow.
That's what it was, yeah.
Which actually
For a new building.
pretty good
Bas-
price.
Yeah.
And then I think you had some discussion that you need to do with each other about getting on to the next step of that project if you're gonna make it now. I don't know if you wanna do that now.
Yeah, I think.
My understanding is that you need to some authorization, to authorize yourselves as the general contractors to go forward with the foundation, with footings, the floor and so forth, so.
Do you want to go ahead and get Jackie out of the way and then come back to this after?
No, let's do it.
You want to do all this right now?
Really, I think that's my motion, that we would do that, and then we would authorize, some footings and under slab mechanical rough in type work and slab on grade would be the next three steps of what you're gonna
Be doing this by hiring laborers or contractors as, with you guys as a general contractor.
correct. My motion.
I'll second that motion. Move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
So are we planning, block and then veneer it with wood and tin?
It'll be fully structured from here to here. The whole building was structured and carried just such as that, wood frames would support it. That would be only supporting any future.
Did you guys sign that resolution yet?
We did not.
Sign the resolution?
Go one side.
So that type of footing would be here to here, to here to here, and that 1 foot would be here to here, all the way up to the balance of it, and we'll do a grade beam across there.
Little details, or should we finish out this with veneer that's on it right now? You know, are we going into that like that?
That actual corner is gonna need to either set in, or we're gonna have to saw cut some concrete off that area. Those are, a cantilever style truss system that's right there, and if we don't saw cut that out of there, we're gonna have a grade or stepping issue. I don't even know that's a double door at this point in time, but if we don't, we'd have a 4-inch offset in that hallway that would, you don't want that going down a hallway, so we're gonna have to carry that wall out under that porch. And we've got the floor, thank you, Andy, the top of floor pinned out there, so there'd be about a 3-inch step, but we didn't cut that back. Very little demo.
Did you have other discussion on that project? I had one other thing that.
No, go ahead. We're just,
Part of the conversation. There was a question about the greatest maximum price on the judicial building, and whether that included, what all it included. And let me be clear that the greatest maximum price that we have does not include A&E fees, architect engineering fees. The total revenue from the bond issue does cover those fees, and that's wherein lies some of the confusion. At this point, the project is within budget based upon that distinction, and so just want to make that response.
4, 5. Jack, you got him next?
yeah. And there ain't no stub outs up through there, is there? I mean, well, I guess there's these.
Jackie Messer, Public Works Administrator.
It's all gonna be-
We've moved forward on a couple of projects last week. I remember I talked to you about the PAPI system or the airport, where the approach lights that we bought part of a grant. We did not have the comfort level to do that ourselves, so we talked to Olson Engineering, and they sent somebody out to talk to us and told us what we have to do this project. So we've been in consultation with them. We have 13,000 plus left on the grant. We're hoping that's enough to pay for this engineering service, but they have to do a survey of 5 miles out on each end, and then they'll tell us where to put them and how to put them. But we felt that would be the safer way to do it, knowing that they're the experts on, I don't want to put them in the wrong.
They've already come out, or?
Yeah, they sent somebody out to look at it. She's already surveyed it, and they're going to tell us where to put them. We'll pour the boxes, and then when we go to put all the instrumentation on, they will come out and observe and make sure.
Was that the solar lights, Mike? Do you remember? Didn't we buy solar?
They are installed, and yeah, I think we were one of, if not the first, one of the very first airports that actually, of course,
It
this
is.
is a grant from the state of Kansas, but they, FAA approved solar.
Yes, and they are, these are solar as well. What they are is just a set of 4 lights on each end. So when the plane's on glide path, if it's green, you're okay. If it's red, you better make some fast adjustments.
Like a boat, and you're flying towards something that's red or green, you know whether you're on the right or the left side of that, or if you're coming up on a white light, it's the rear of it. Well, this is a position indicating, and it'll tell you whether you're coming in, your glide scope is too high. This is for landing, and whether you're coming in from south or what are we, 190 and 01, I think. But anyway, whatever the runway is, but if you're coming in the south, it'll let you know whether you're coming in too high, if you're coming in too low. You just line up the lights until it gets you in the right spot. But it does have to be set very, very accurately.
Yes, and
It'll be a liability.
we searched pretty hard to find somebody, and we finally found a company willing to do it. I think the company's out of Pittsburgh, but I don't know whether this person was out of Pittsburgh or
When
not.
will they have it done?
I'd say it's gonna be about 3 months before we get all the plans and survey.
Okay.
Because they gotta make sure there's no obstructions in the glide path, so. We thought they only had to do one way, but we bought 2 sets.
So you'll pour a concrete pad where they tell you to put it, and then.
Yep, they'll come out and tell us, do this, do that. Chris will probably be doing the setting of the equipment. Probably Harry will pour the pad for it. They're gonna tell us how far off the runway. I want them to do it all where we don't have responsibility. If something unfortunate happens, say, well, you put it in the wrong place. So I think it's just safer to have them do it, but we've moved forward on that. I hired this Robert Minor last week for the noxious weed position, and he quit that afternoon. So I guess Washburn called and said, hey, we are restarting our program. Come back to work for us. So I would like to submit another applicant for that position, be Carl Weberg. He's our seasonal mower. He's out of time. And I'd like to hire him. And David, I sent you that note, 7A. Does that sound right?
I've got it up here. Hang on, give me just a second. And then 7A would be 132207.
Yes.
Public Works, that would be like a level 1 type of.
Yeah, because he needs to get the certifications and then we'll advance him when he gets them, but he doesn't have any certifications right now.
You gonna envision him getting wastewater treatment later on?
I'm not sure about, I think we have Bobby is the backup for wastewater right now. So
And currently you carry certifications
Yes.
as well as Bobby, is that correct?
Anybody else?
Me.
Just you two? You don't count.
I counted when you needed me for.
You did count. You counted when we really needed.
we had a third person who's been unsuccessful in passing the test so
Okay.
far. But we're trying to get a third one. Yeah.
All right.
I think, I've been toying with the idea of the noxious weed director taking that when he gets all the other ones done, because I think he could do pretty well on that. And it's a low demand time wise. I mean, we do check them 3 times a week, as long as we don't have a problem. So,
As long as you got a competent person working under you.
We had somebody doing that. We paid somebody for a while, dude, right? Years down here.
We have 2 cells that, yeah, we did. We had, Gary Armitroff done that
Yeah.
in Centerville, but Bruce historically was the operator at the park for years and years and years. And then, I don't know if Bobby ever got his certs or not, but.
they let their license go. When I took over, nobody was licensed anymore.
Right.
And the guy at, John Maloney had the license, but
That's true.
we weren't looking at any of the lift stations like we do now. We watch them. So I would like to hire Mr. Carl.
That's my motion.
Second.
Move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
And he's currently working where?
He's laid off.
He's seasonal, right?
Yeah, he ran his 1,000 hours.
And this is in place of.
But he had been working for the county, so do we really have to get him,
Drug test.
well, Doug Tress and physical?
That's David. We should, shouldn't we?
How long has he been gone, I guess?
He just real recent, isn't it?
Yeah, he might still have a few hours
Yeah,
left.
I think he's still a part-time employee, so I think
Yeah.
we'd be okay unless there are additional physical requirements for the type of job he's going into, and I'm not positive if there'd be a difference.
Well, it's a split position between the landfill and noxious weed, so we do have,
But we can check with Amanda and see if there's any additional tests, but for,
Is there actually different levels of testing, I suppose, for clerical and things like that? But the position he was in would be similar to what he's stepping into.
yeah, I doubt if there would be much difference, but I can check with them and we can.
And this is just because the guy that we hired last week,
Quit.
yeah, he didn't take the position.
Right.
We were talking last week about the senior centers, and we were trying to figure out what to do with Pleasanton. So I asked Elizabeth Maxwell, about a few questions about the usage, because I think that came up.
And she retires here at this end of this year.
And that's kind of what the monthly averages are running. Evidently, from Pleasanton, I guess the meals come to Pleasanton, and there's like 40 home deliveries throughout the county. So we don't prepare the meals there. I would like to go there again and look at it. Maybe we can come up with a way to put heating in just a few rooms that they're using instead of.
So only 7 people currently come there for
Yes.
congregate meals to eat
Yes.
in Pleasanton right now.
Yep.
So those numbers over the time that since I've been commissioner, we've seen numbers, and Centerville used to way outdo everyone. Was it Sharon? Who Sherry?
Sherry me.
Sherry, there was 30 people eating, something like that. And the numbers were bigger. But as you see, over time, the numbers have dropped and dropped and dropped and dropped and dropped. And Parker's, I'm impressed with Parker having 6 people come eat there, because we was going to close it a couple times. I don't remember if we did, but just was nobody there.
1 or 2, and then some deliveries.
This is good.
Which circles back to the question, do we fix Pleasanton?
Delivered? What is
Yeah, that means delivered. But the 40 out there is unfair because you didn't,
Right.
it includes Lacine, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so they didn't include. So what happens now is they come all the way from Ottawa, one driver, going to Pleasanton, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And he drops off the meals and somebody takes him up to Lacine, or does he take him up to Lacine?
The whole route, and anywhere.
He does the whole route, right, still. But what was happening when Lacine, there was nobody eating congregate meals, and we went to just homebound delivery meals, not calling it Meals on Wheels, home delivered meals. The number started to increase, but we had that driver that delivers all the meals was actually driving around Lacine and delivering in Linn Valley. And the number that just got too cumbersome, because it was like, now the numbers went up to like 15 or 18 people to deliver that. So they incorporated the churches back into delivering those meals each time. So they stopped. So he stops now in Lacine at the senior center, drops off the meals for Lacine. They pick them up at the churches, and somebody from each church for a whole month has it. The Baptist church, the Christian church, Catholic church have it for a month at a time and drop those meals back off. In unfairness, maybe not unfairness, but also the Lacine Library does the same thing, you know. And don't knock on the library, they do great, but they're delivering like 40 homebound meals to people, as well as we're delivering our meals up there too, that county's paying for.
I did get a
No,
note.
I don't think so.
A note from.
I would.
Yeah, I got a note from her that their current driver is unavailable for the next 6 weeks, so they're looking for anybody, a retiree or somebody to
How do they
run that route.
Do they get in contact with her, Elizabeth
Yeah,
Maxwell?
I've got a phone number.
Yeah, and they pay for it out of the funds that we give them every year. So
Said the person will take the van to their home, go to Pleasant and pick the stuff up, drive her around, take the van back to their house.
Yeah.
For this interim period.
So with, what our plan is here, that building's just gonna probably keep having issues if we just kind of narrow it down to one. or
I'm
one
a
room.
a little bit confused. So the food's prepared in Ottawa and then there's a van that brings it to here?
Yeah.
Yes.
delivered-
Then there's another van that takes that and then distributes it?
Same van.
What I was thinking. Same van,
Same
right?
van.
Yes,
Okay.
I think. I'm pretty sure. I don't think
Rick
it's,
knows. And Mr. Martin's been doing this. He was another gentleman up until.
There's somebody else now, I think. I don't know. Did
they
somebody
changed it
quit?
out so fast, I can't.
Yeah, they don't
Anyway,
last.
that same van comes in here and drops it. Hence the reason you can't take 20 homebound men while you're waiting for everybody else is waiting on their food that he's driving around.
And the
delivering.
only exception was that because in Lacey, they used to deliver to each house, that van did. So it would end its route in Lacey and deliver 15, because they wanted to save money.
Nobody waiting on food.
Right. Because the lady had quit and there was nobody eating congregate meals, so they decided, hey, we'll just have the driver do it. And so now it's the driver drops it off just like he would in Mountain City, just like he would in Centerville, just like he would in Parker, and somebody else delivers those meals to the homes.
So
I'm
then,
not quite sure where the van meets them to get food. Maybe it's at Pleasant, and maybe it's somewhere, maybe they go to, I'm not,
it
I
would be
don't know.
reasonable to think that
Change.
whoever, in whatever community somebody has this van would take it home, drive to Ottawa, pick up the food.
They do,
And at the end of the
yeah.
route, would take it back home.
Right.
So I think that's what's been happening.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
The way they've gone through van drivers, I think,
So in the meantime of getting this down to one room in this Pleasanton facility, are we gonna try to reach out to churches or something to get another location set up? Because, I mean, the building's probably gonna fall down around us, you know.
yeah. The question is fix it or not. It's a chopped up
So,
building.
Just a thought, but we'll talk about that in a minute.
While you're thinking about that, can we drop back one subject for just a second, on Carl? Just got a message back. He does need the solid waste / noxious weed pre-work screening.
Yes.
Because it's different than road, but his UA is fine because he was still current.
So do we need to modify our motion or did we vote on it or?
you're fine. I
I
think we're
think we're all
fine.
right.
No, that's just,
So on on this building, is the city of Pleasanton, the community building, out of the question?
I don't think so. I thought. It was
I didn't mean to throw that in there, but
I
I
thought it was
did.
just a concern of yours with, people, them not being the only ones going to the,
It will be a concern with Elizabeth Mack, but with
Right.
East, they may say no.
but in the meantime, we need to try to start reaching out to people, finding another option. Because that building, it sounds like,
Are you trying to close it right now?
well, I don't think right now. I think we're still trying to get it down to one room, correct?
I'm gonna tell you, my opinion is quit spending money on that facility, because I don't think you're ever gonna get anything back, and you're gonna have to do something sooner or later. So let Jack evaluate it, but it may be that we could either lease or rent or somehow use a community building in one of the churches for an interim time, or the community building. I think you guys could probably explore some options there, but to put in several $1,000s in heating and air in that old facility, and I mean, it's got electrical challenges, it's got all, and you're gonna end up either virtually giving it away to somebody if you get somebody to take it. Gary, as I recall, we had originally had made an arrangement with the city of Pleasanton, and the ECAN folks that we got the grant from said, wait a minute, we're giving you this money. Of course, the community was doing all the labor to get the grant, which has been a huge challenge for a project that size. We anticipated that, but they had an issue with the county paying the city.
It was because we were gonna cook there and furnish the kitchen to do that. They wouldn't allow that.
And that money that was changing hands to get that to happen. Well, now we've got a completely different situation, whereas I don't even know whether it would be, whether we could donate some toward the utilities or what, but I really think the issue that they took exception to is no longer present, at least to that level.
And I've reached out to her, and we've talked about this a few different times. Erica Kern, the administrator of Pleasanton, and, you know, she said, you know, obviously we haven't talked details, but she said it wouldn't be an issue to, you know, is that be like a home base, you know, but I think what we're running into is the COVID issue right now.
Yeah, I think whatever plan, maybe you can talk to Elizabeth on it.
okay, I'll talk to her and then I'll follow up
Leslie
with
would
Erica.
probably be the best one to talk to. She's gonna be the new director,
Okay. I didn't have her number. If you got Leslie's number.
probably.
Okay. All right, well, I just,
Talk to her, make sure that, hey, look, if we have a possibility of a community area in a room, is that gonna be okay to have congregate meals in?
okay. I'll work on that again. Still working on evals. I don't have them done. We're continuing mowing operations. I did go back and send you guys an assessment on that crack seal machine to try to, I did such a poor job presenting it last week. I wanted to, come up with why I wanted to do it. Is that a dead idea or should we look at that?
I'm not opposed to it, to some level, because it's something you're gonna continually need year after year, and if we don't crack seal, you're going to be spending the extra money on the degraded asphalt. Now, do you have the resources? Does it make sense? I'm kinda leaving that up to you, but it sounds like you've evaluated the materials.
Because it's winter and we can fluctuate with the weather. If it's too wet to the blading and it's a good week, we can crack seal.
I've seen a lot of them
But
things.
through the
fail.
summer, it would be unreal.
What's, I only see about, besides the flaggers, and I didn't even see flaggers this year in a lot of places. What's the amount of people normally out there on a daily? Is it 4?
3 to 5. And if you're using the flaggers, you've got a guy moving the truck forward, somebody working the wand, and then another one controlling the flaggers or helping out. So we can do it with as many as 3 on some areas.
Okay.
5 on a real busy area on curves and hills, and we have to use flaggers.
So now you'll have to buy the oil for it as well?
Yeah, you'll have to buy, it comes in cubes.
Mm-hmm.
You fire up the machine and you drop these big cubes in there and it melts it into a tar and then you start spreading it. I think on some of these cracks we've got, right now, like there's 3 or 4 locations that are just, are bad. And I really don't want to try to contract it out twice a year to bring these people in. They're hard to schedule in. But I'll go whichever way you guys tell me. I mean, I'm fine.
I'm gonna guess it's not a 1-year payback or a 3-year payback, but, I would suggest that machine should last no more than we use it 10 to 15 years.
Yes, easily.
And
Is it on Purple Wave or something, or is it
Yes, it's
something
on
you
Purple
buy?
Wave. It's on Purple Wave. It's from the city of Arnold, the one I'm looking at in Missouri.
Arnold.
Arnold. Yeah.
Speak up, Linn.
I'm just not against that at all. I think we ask our employees to do a lot of stuff, a lot of skilled stuff that, that they didn't necessarily sign up for. I don't know if it's necessary to talk or take, pay adjustments for stuff like that. I know I've had a few of them reach out to me and just, mention, we ask them to do a lot of skilled stuff and, but I don't know. I mean, I definitely want the employees to be happy. I mean,
Yeah.
and the more happy they are, the more involvement on the weekends if need be type stuff. So that's my concern.
What's your asphalt person say?
He's one that really, really wants, one that found the machine and brought the information to me. He said, we could do a better job if we did it ourselves. It's basically 50% savings. We'd save half what it costs us. But we would have the flexibility if we find a road that starts cracking and we want to seal those cracks right now, we could schedule 2 or 3 days and go do it instead of waiting until the spring, until the cracks have built up with water all winter.
Is it KC, one of the organizations offers a road scholar program, right? And we talked about it earlier, the more credentials or the more valued you are to the community, it wouldn't be unreasonable to say, okay, you're a Class A CDL or a Class B CDL or whatever, you have more value to the county, you're a hazmat. Now you can haul the oil, whereas before you didn't have the hazmat, you've offered some small step increases for those kind of things. This would be very similar to that if you got somebody that's actually, and I don't know that wouldn't need to be a placard situation, to haul that with somebody, and you'd probably be moving it with a pickup or something. But anyway, I really don't know the volume of a hazmat scenario. I am not.
I don't think it would be much different. It's just a different machine doing the same functions that our tack oil truck, but it's a different process.
That tackle placard, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's a hazmat deal. As they earn more different credentials and different, I mean, offers.
Here's my thoughts on concerns. And Danny had the same thing, was you're taking people away from what they had, all the additional things they do. That you buy this machine and it's good for the first season or whatever, and then it's not a priority as much as doing this or this or this or this. And now we don't have the roads
Right.
done because it takes away from grading, it takes away from hauling rock, it takes away from trimming the trees down in the wintertime that we're supposed to be doing, and all the other stuff that goes along with it. And the amount that we paid initially wasn't that bad, or we wouldn't have done it when we contracted it out. I know you wasn't as happy this year for various different reasons. That's my only concern. If you say it's going to be a priority, you're going to make it always an issue.
I think
And we can do it, and the asphalt people's for it. I doubt that Harry's and Jason's too excited about giving up a person or two people to go do crack seal.
if the conditions are right for doing it, which I'm talking about, they're searching for, I mean, they're filling in time with other duties. If we pick times when they can't haul gravel because the roads are too soft, if you can't grade because the roads are too soft, that's the time frame we would have another job to pivot and assign these.
And you believe that there's a savings to this
Absolutely.
overall?
Yeah, I think there's a large savings, probably 30,000 a year.
Okay.
And I think we're going to get a better job. I really do.
Am I wrong? Is that like a 3-person crew that does this?
3 to 5, yeah.
And if you're talking about the flaggers, and that time of year, you should have the flagging equipment,
We can
Like
put the
on-
automatic flaggers out, do a section of road. The only time we'll have to revert back to the hand flaggers is if it's in a curve, like.
Are you going to be able to go look at this machine?
I could schedule I'll try to get somebody out there to look at it. I don't know if I have time, but
Dealing with the oil and stuff, is the maintenance on that machine, I mean, what is it?
Yeah.
What is that? I mean, is it gonna gum up if it's not, I mean, is there certain training, do you know anything about that, Mike? To clean that thing to make sure it doesn't gum up, I mean.
yeah, and it's
oil is-
pretty similar to what the truck we use.
It is.
Yeah, so there's a lot of, and we can make sure there's people, I mean.
it's like a normal tar pot type machine like they use on build-up roofing or concrete roofing. And when you go to clean them out, you heat it and then you pour it
No,
in
it's
a
not
cube and
something
then recycle it right
Oh,
back
you
in.
can recycle it?
Yeah, but you just gotta heat it. And of course, the big thing there is don't overheat it and warp up your stuff, but most of this newer stuff's.
It's like right now, today we're winterizing and putting away some of the equipment, and they're cleaning them up thoroughly. If you don't, then you know you got problems next year. You got your hands full.
I mean, that's my only concern is keep throwing a lot of more skilled stuff on top of guys that, that have stuff that they need to do after hours to, make their, meet what their needs are. Because
But on this situation, these guys that's going to be thrown on is what they're doing. They're the ones that have been picked and running the asphalt. Todd and John Harrington, Franklin to some degree, they're the ones that are the key to the asphalt operation every year. So they know this stuff, and it's not trying to teach them something new. It's part of their duties that they've been doing. As every year we pull the asphalt people together, they're the heart of the team that goes out there on asphalt. So it's not totally new to them. They're the ones, in fact, I was trying to get them to expand this year. And I think we've been successful because in the past, one person knew how to use that truck. One person knew use this, one person used this. So I'm trying to cross-train. Maybe that's some of it is. We want to make sure there's one more person around to run it. It's like the wastewater. Can't go with just one operator. We need a backup. So.
Yeah, I mean, I support what you're doing. I just want to be sure that our employees are compensated for what they're doing. Because I know a lot of them have operations they do after hours to make ends meet, and I just wouldn't want to,
Yeah.
you understand. So.
You got a certain amount you're gonna go up to on this if we say okay?
Yeah, you don't want me to say.
No, I
that.
don't.
It,
It's because it's an auction, it's Purple Wave. It ends when?
I think next Tuesday.
So we need a motion to allow him to get to an up to an amount, or how do we need to do that? How we need to phrase that?
We've been through a lot of auctions before, so it shouldn't.
Yeah, what we basically have done is
authorized.
you have approved him to, make a bid, and you have instructed him not to go over a certain amount.
And this would be in lieu of hiring a contractor, which is in your budget every year to do stuff.
That's usually what he shows you a number and you say, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Oh.
I read the email.
You making a motion?
I'll make a motion that we allow him to, purchase this asphalt seal or crack seal machine. Is that all I needed?
Up to the amount,
Show.
since it is a bid, up to the amount shown.
Okay, which was what he showed us?
Yeah.
So up to 18,000.
Oh, jeez.
You don't want to say the number because it's a bid.
That's all right.
That's what-
Up to the undisclosed amount.
So I wasn't clear, that's my fault.
No, that's good.
See, we don't make decisions all the time, executive. There you go. So
That's your motion?
that's the best motion.
It was. Everybody knows.
Very clear.
I second that motion.
Move and second, all in favor?
Aye. That was a difficult one.
So when was the last time I brought any good news? I mean, isn't it time? Am I overdue?
You're overdue.
All right. Your grant request for Little Creek struck out. Your grant request for Middle Creek struck out. But congratulations, your application for the off-system bridge program for OS5, I think in local name is Hell's Bend, has been approved.
Wow. Is that a total rebuild
Replacement.
replacement?
Oh, that'll take a while. won't
So
it?
the one out there by Prescott or on
2300 west at, oh, I'm sorry, what?
one on Old 60, is that what you're talking about?
No, this is on 2300.
Up 4th Street, take a, go back west.
Yeah.
All the way to the end.
Some of the issues, though, not issues, but some of the things. The construction is budgeted for 653,000. That's what the state's given us. We have to match with 20%, which, and these figures are all just guesstimates at this time. Current estimate with the participating cost is 723,000 to replace that bridge. The county needs to escrow 144,600 in 2022 when the construction starts. And I need permission to spend up to 85,000 to start which is the county preliminary counts, get the drawings, the design, and all that started.
David, is there any questions maybe you have about the escrow account?
I think they do that every time.
No, I'm not sure how we've done that before. I mean, whether it's just us setting aside money for that or.
I don't know.
That'd be something we need to find out, because if it is, we've got it in special road and bridge anyway, and we
Yeah.
can designate it. for
They
that.
could, they could just designate it. But I'm looking at, it's gonna be almost $1 million bridge by the time we get everything in it. But our costs are gonna be, like I said, 144 and 85 estimates right now, the two different amounts. 85 pretty much starting when we tell somebody to go forward and start drawing up the contracts. And then that's our 20%. It's an 80% KDOT grant.
Right.
So, like I said, that's good news, bad news. The other part of it is, who do we want to do the drawings, designs, and such?
Are you not, well, when you do county services for engineering, it usually doesn't encompass bridge design, that's a separate, that's not.
Well, what it is, we do, on-call engineering on 2-year cycle. That's up in January 1. In fact, we'll be putting out, requests for bids. Do we want to stick with BG? Because they're the ones that have been doing this. I'm not talking about for the 2 years. I'm talking about for the bridge. Do we want to let them go forward since they've done the groundwork on this? Do we want to bid out the engineering and construction? Or do we want to hold it till after January 1 and the new on-call do it? We've been working with 4 engineering firms over the years. Peppercorn, who helped do a couple of the culverts, B&G, which is the last 2 years, Maris, EGI or something, who did the bridge inspections this year. And then we had,
That's Mark's.
Beach. So I don't think we just need to tell somebody to move forward. Swab Eaton was the other one, and they historically did, I mean, for years, they did all the inspecting.
The bridge inspection.
So you got 3 kinds of engineering services there that he's talking about. You've got your bridge inspections, one category, we bid those out. You've got your on-call engineering work, which we bid out. And then you got bridge design and construction supervision for this one big project.
Yes.
And
I would assume he's being compensated for the work that he's done to help us get the grants, right? And that's,
yes.
We already have that, so I would assume the ethical thing to do and the proper thing for the taxpayers was to bid out the bridge construction as well. And so,
Okay.
I mean.
And these estimates that I'm giving you of the cost were worked up by BG.
And we have a separate account that money is going in.
Yeah, we have a bridge account.
We receive federal funding yearly as stockpile. We kind of got behind the 8 ball whenever the Meridazine Bridge went over and, I don't know, the spotted skink or something migrated and then the river flooded 2 or 3 times. Pushed out all the pilaster forms. Anyway, it was a mess and they pulled all our funding for several years. I don't know, to help compensate for their outfall on that deal. But anyway, that was the deal.
the way this funding works, Dan, is it actually comes from the federal government, but instead of them giving it directly to us, they give a portion of it in our name to the state. And then we apply it to the state for the specific application.
So this 20% it's covered. It ain't coming out of.
No, we pay that.
That's
We
all.
pay that.
It's all matching grant funds, but it's federal money, but it's state administrative, but they decide what it should be used for.
The other 2, did they say why they were turned down?
No, they might be on the website, but I haven't looked at it. I didn't see any reason. They just said apply next year. Probably because they're only going to give us 1 a year, but I don't know. We went in and applied for 3.
Big one.
Yeah. And it says,
Like Mike started talking about like 5 years ago that I remember.
Hell's Bend Bridge.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you, that's gonna get complicated because, you know, when these guys that build these bridges, they have control of the operations and they're slowing down trains and they're working that. Now, you as a government entity, we've already established many times that the railroad's the railroad. And they'll do what they want.
Exactly.
So if you're trying to be a contractor and you're working there and building pilasters and you have any rail interference, that's not good. I mean, it's going to ultimately be a costly project for the county because that will have to be factored in. There will be days that they won't be able to do something because of the traffic. That particular rail, BNSF, it comes down through Pleasanton and Prescott and Pleasanton. But we got a lot of traffic into Lacine because of the rail. U.S. Minerals, Reed, even Beechner now has got their rail up, I think, active and using it some. So I don't know how many times we've all sat there and waited on a slow train. Sure. Waiting on the switching cars. So there's a lot of traffic down through that rail.
well, it says, I think the construction will start in 2022 if we have everything ready. And the way it's been explained to me, if you're not ready right then, the funding will fall the next year. But you don't want to get caught in between the 2 years. You don't want to get when they run out of money. They start doling out the money in 2022 and maybe in, their fiscal year goes from July to July. So you don't want to they run out of money in March. You're going to have to wait till the next year, till the next slot of money to do it. So it's better to have it ready to go as soon as you can. And I don't think this design is such a hard one that, I mean, it's not like it's Kansas City over the Missouri River. I think we can have our paperwork ready to go in the beginning of 2022 and get the funding all the funding, instead of having to wait.
Do the paperwork. Is there anything else we have to do to get?
No, there's a form that I have to turn in to get it started, and then I'll work to see what I can do about getting a scope of work put together for the design, and to be probably a design and inspection through the project, so it doesn't switch horses in the middle of the stream, so to speak. But now that we know that bridge has an old river crossing down there, maybe they can drive across while the bridge is down. Because that's going to be one of the hard elements of it. These people have to get back there. If you tear the bridge out, how are they going to get over there?
There's literally no access right along 2250, what is it, 2300? Anyway, it jogs around through there. I mean, you can't get right down there. There is off to the south a ways, there's an access possibly over the tracks, but it's a challenging spot.
You know, the sad thing is there's such limited use. I mean, there's not a whole lot of people use it back there. I know it's our bridge, but it's incredible.
And the demand is just like it has been on all our county roads. It's now, instead of somebody trying to get over top of it with an old John Deere 45,
Yeah.
you know, and in a grain truck, single axle. Now we've got semis and grain carts and
Dozers going
oh
over.
yeah, somebody hauled a D9 across it. The Meritazine's about 100 yards to the north. It's a real challenge there.
All right, what else you got, Jackie?
That's it, except for Andy. Andy has been waiting.
I had a few people reach out to me. One of them was the Martins, that road closure. The road closure Martins. He was asking about if he was able to shut his gates, because he's having people go down there and dump trash, burn, do donuts, and he was wanting to know if it was able to.
Well, we're working on that, but that's got a bunch of problems with it. We have to talk and work out. Part of it is that he bought the land down there. A couple of problems with that. He bought the land. There's your road.
There's 3 different deeds that access that road.
He bought all of this land. I understand that. And then we're on this side, but the boundary goes like here. He built his gate up here. He's completely on county. So that has to be addressed somehow. I was gonna bring all that, and we're doing a little bit more research, but I hadn't got it all pulled together. I mean, he wants to just shut the gate, but the gate's on us. The gate's on the county. It's not even on the fence line. It's over on the county.
He would mention something about they've reached out to me a few times because they're in my district, and they were wanting to know about they're wanting to put cows in there and stuff like that, and
until it's vacated, it's still a county road, but it's
right.
You guys, if you want me to, I mean, it's a county road still.
He said somebody's starting fires down there on that gravel road. They've just created a road up to the lake fishing and doing donuts down there on the gravel. And he said, while the county's making the decisions on, allowing us or about vacating the road, can we shut the gate?
But he's asking to temporarily close the gate while we work this process out. So that's, you could allow that if you wish to. There's no pressing reason not to allow that.
No,
What about the other landowners?
As long as the other are doing it.
We
own the other? Oh, okay.
As long as he's clear, I mean, if you decide to do that, I just wanna make sure that he's clear that this is temporary until we get it sorted out. He's probably gonna have to end up moving that gate.
Yeah, because
Because it's one thing to gate a road, but it's another thing to gate it all entirely on county right.
and in his defense, I mean, I would have put it there too if I had not looked at the map. It has a stupid jog there that no one would have known about.
It's
So,
the construction for that bridge, that overpass.
yeah,
They always get wider right there.
But
Yeah.
one of the things you're gonna have to decide is if you intend to keep that little strip of land.
Which he proposed that if, you know, if we were willing to sell, that he would be, you know, he would
Yeah.
like to talk about purchasing it.
yeah, it's a stupid little jog. I need to get maps to be able to show you. And
Yeah, please.
it looks like, well, this is where the line goes because here's the fence, but it actually goes down and around.
I was gonna say, I got maps in my truck. If you want me to.
Which, I mean, I don't have an issue with it. I mean, as long as they give us the key to it, and let them know that, hey, this is temporary until it's figured out. Which this is all hillside, right, Jackie, that we own?
I went down there and looked at that the other day and I wasn't sure. Cause that looks like it's a lake. We have a heck of a culvert down there.
Who's that?
He owns all this. He bought all this.
He owns all-
Yeah, he owns all
those
tracks.
So we own this.
Is that what he's talking about? Somebody goes there and fish?
Yeah, they go down there, and I've seen people down there many times, and they go down here and throw trash. They start fires. They party.
And you see this property line, the road right of way ones are up here and then jogs back.
I think
And
our
so,
property line's here.
and so,
It's not where that pencil,
yeah, it's,
it jogs down here and it
No,
goes
problem.
Over the center of that road, it was county road.
but is the real question, or the second question, the first question, you want to let him temporarily gate it. The second question is, he has offered to purchase this little strip here. And I don't know, was there a reason that we didn't or didn't want to sell
Do
it?
we need it for easements for?
My only comment was, and when we had discussed that earlier, was if we decide to do any work on that overpass or such, you're gonna be in the same situation you're on up at Hills Bend, is you got access problems trying to get to it. And so it may be something you want to consider, because that bridge has been turned over to us. That used to be a state bridge, right? And would that not, I mean, since it's going over the railroad tracks, who has the onus of that? The
No
county
easement there?
or the railroad? I would assume the county, since it's over for a road.
Yeah, probably end up being stuck for at least a big part of it. Of course, I mean.
You could probably negotiate a construction
I
easement,
was gonna say, you can do temporary easements for that kind of thing, but.
and you might want to put it in language if you're going to sell it, that we have the reserve or right for
We could sell it
Maintenance.
to retain a construction easement.
right.
What road are we talking about?
It's the overpass.
Doesn't have a
straight
name.
east of,
Yeah.
Fatcon. It's on Thomas.
It's off Tucker,
Opposite side of the railroad tracks is Frankenstein.
but we never gave it a road
It's
name.
not named, okay.
Yeah,
And
because
then the third question is, do we want to close that road, or do we want to leave it at minimum maintenance, or make it a minimum maintenance? I mean, if we close it, we don't, just, he can put a gap or.
If we make it minimum maintenance, we have
If we make it minimum
culvert and all
maintenance,
that.
then it still exists. If any of these tracks get sold off to somebody else, we don't have to worry about them having access. And we can allow a minimum maintenance road to be gated if we choose to. But it's gotta be.
But for now, we could just have him temporarily close it
Temporarily close the gate.
and then think about all the rest of
I think you'd wanna.
different pathway.
You'd wanna have a motion on that.
As well as you're going to have Jack maintain a key to access it if you needed to.
To make sure it's temporary, we have a key at all times.
Can you have Kevin put a sign that says temporarily closed?
we could do that.
Yeah,
It's a very, very good road. There's very little work needs to be done.
right.
It's probably gonna be the best minimum
And
maintenance
then,
road in the
then we
county.
can figure out later if we
If
want
we
to.
keep it a minimum maintenance, means we'll have.
Also, is there-
culvert and-
There's also a box culvert on the end of it that,
It's an 18-foot box culvert, a really nice box
which
culvert
if
down
we
there.
turned it over, you won't have to do a bridge inspection on it any longer. And, you know, there may be some other reasons. If we can
Pardon?
hold a right to
Lonnie
access,
Martin.
to get any construction easement back for that, it might be, I mean,
I think one of their biggest things is they're wanting to either, try to purchase that land so they can redo that state fence that's there so they can put cows down on that. I think that's kind of their plan, what they're, that kind of makes them, what.
And I looked at it the other day and I didn't have time to try to walk over there and see where the fence line was, because it was pretty wicked terrain to get to it. We don't want to lose that drainage or anything, because there's a lot of water goes down through that drainage.
Well, for the time being, I'd make, if you guys are all right with it, I'll make a motion that we, allow, Skylar Martin's the owner, the Martin family, to temporarily close a gate that they installed until we, figure out what exactly we're gonna do with this road.
And I'll work on that and try to bring it next week as far as where we're at on it. We've been doing research on it, but I keep.
I'll second your motion.
That motion includes as long as they invite a key.
As long- yeah,
at
they-
all times to the slot, it's their key.
Yeah.
All right.
That's my motion.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'll just kind of tell him what we just talked about. I'll tell him you'll be reaching out to him too. Just so I want to give him an answer back because he contacted me.
So is it Lonnie Martin or Skylar Martin?
Skylar, I think his real name,
Lonnie bought it and his son Skylar, and he bought it for him.
so Skylar Martin's the landowner, I believe.
So like Lonnie
Lonnie's-
and
yeah.
or Skylar?
Yeah.
Chris, does that generator at the existing health department have a automatic transfer switch on it? It's not mechanical, is it? Automatic, 200 amp, do you know? So the assumption would be that you're gonna relocate that generator and that automatic transfer switch to that new facility, pick up the medicated refrigerators and things like that if there's an issue. All right, okay.
Andy, you got something?
There's gonna be some interim time there when you're passing that back and forth, I'd assume. I think so.
Oh, that does sound scary.
Andy had something for you guys, if you're ready.
Andy Mayhew, Linn County Planner. The Planning Commission has a meeting tonight,
Tonight?
the first one since February.
All right.
I've gotten with Tish on some safety guidance for the meeting. Also, while I was looking, I gave you guys membership for different districts couple months ago. Have you reappointed those members?
Yeah, Teresa Whitaker, I think, did you get her, is she, I think,
I made it another copy.
am I allowed to say names? Am I supposed to say names?
I'm good, aren't I?
Am I supposed to say names?
Yeah.
Can I say names here?
This is not like that.
Nothing secret in my life. I try to get it all out
He's
there.
been coming? He's been coming?
Hey, mine says he's good. I've talked to him.
Anybody that wants to give up their evenings for no pay, I'm all for it.
Is he willing to do it again?
Yeah.
Andy? Do you know, Richard? You haven't talked to him?
Richard? Yes, I did.
He's willing to do it again?
What about you?
Well, then,
Yeah, mine all.
can I make that appointment right now? Then I would make a motion to appoint Richard Morrell to continue past the end of his term of 2020 for a term of 3 years.
3 years.
Motion.
Second.
Got it?
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
And I had talked to Teresa Whitaker. I believe I just kind of briefly talked to her. Do I need a motion to allow for her to?
Reappoint.
Let me just double check.
So I'll make a motion to reappoint Tate West, because I did have a conversation with him, and he's willing to do it for another 3 years to serve on the Planning Commission Membership Board. That's my motion to reappoint.
I'll second that motion. Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm just double checking that it's been a while ago since I talked to her.
My conversations with her, just casually, but she really likes doing it. So
Yeah. And I think that was,
You only meet 3 times a year, it's easy. While we're waiting on that, I'll inform you that we met with IBTS a week ago today in this room.
Okay.
Economic Development, GIS Mapping, Public Works, Richard Morrell, and myself to kind of lay out our steps moving forward on this comp plan update, zoning update. And they met with us in the morning and the representatives of cities in the afternoon. And the way they're wanting to set this up is a lot of it's going to be a countywide online survey, especially to solicit during this COVID time. But the project first step a week ago was more or less just to introduce ourselves and kind of lay out their vision of what we would be doing moving forward. As we go forward, there will be focus groups that discuss different topics, but they would like to have a citizens advisory committee also to review the input from those focus groups.
How do you become a member of the focus group?
Those focus groups will be picked in the public. I mean, typically before COVID, they would have a dozen tables here. And this one's got a topic of infrastructure development. And this one's got a topic of this. Whatever you're interested in, you would set and maybe do multiple topics. And then when you're over with, you would vote on what you like about Linn County, what you wish wasn't quite the case. And this Citizens Advisory Committee, they wanted us to select them a week ago. I don't believe I want in that process of selecting the advisory committee. I think that should come from here. They also thought a group of 5 to 7. I don't think you get an accurate cross-section of 5 to 7. I think 7 to 9 would be more accurate.
If each commissioner came up with at least 3 names, that would be a nice way to start it.
Well, and if they did, I know at least, you and I both know at least one person's gonna go, I ain't gonna do that, you know? So,
That'd be a place to start.
yeah. So if you could supply to me 3 names for me to send to them, they'll contact me. But I don't
Sit on
want
the
to give the
advisory?
appearance that county staff has selected these people.
Well, one of the first things, obviously, you have a group of people that are already either be it economic development or planning and zoning committee folks that have an interest and are involved already in the community. Is that a pool, or do we want to be outside those pools?
One person that they were extremely interested in having on the Citizens Advisory Committee was Richard Morrell. Since he was a registrar of KU, you know, he's well-heeled gentleman. I think he'd be a good selection for perhaps one of yours. But the end result of this is going to go to a planning commission public hearing and then adoption or rejection by the Board of County.
So I think.
Well, the first,
My thought is on it, then they don't need to be part of a focus group then.
The Citizens Advisory Committee is a group that reviews recommendations from the focus groups themselves.
Right, so they don't need to be part of that. They shouldn't be part of that.
Right.
Is that what you're getting at?
Your focus groups are more the public at large.
My thing is, you gotta be careful. You'll get a targeted group with agendas
Yes.
and bring their own people over, and then we're stuck with something we might love, we might not like. So and then if we pick them, it's looking like we're picking who we want. So I'm gonna ask maybe the mayors of the 2 different towns up there that I have, if they have somebody that they'd be interested in
that'd be
putting on there.
I think, Rick, that would be appropriate because any plan's going to try to recommend small lot residential development around cities where there's infrastructure to take care of them.
Okay.
I don't think all of them need to come from the cities.
No. I think,
I think you're on the
I've got some other ideas too, but, yeah. And we always drag in the same people over and over and
Well,
torture them.
that's where you get, and that's the reason I asked that question, because the first 3 or 4 people I thought of for names are people that are already involved and, are gonna be gung ho about the rules they're working to, that they see the problems, in fairness, the rules that they're trying to, we've been talking about some right now in the sanitation world, or, 3 acres, and there are alternative systems, there's technology. Maybe we could offer some alternative system that was designed appropriately. County don't want to get in the business of designing those systems. If somebody comes up with it, we might regulate that they install them per the design, but we wouldn't want to get involved in designing them.
Right.
And, anyway, there's some things that need to be dated along with that, but it's also that small acreage in and around, a growth zone, if you will, to a community. And that went along with our original clump plan. We wanted to keep this smaller, or this growth a little closer to the smaller acreage around where there was already population. But there's some other ideals that have been successful that need to be reviewed. So I don't know if it's a good idea to get these folks that are working already on these boards. And you also don't want to just exclude them because, they work in here and they we're not excluding them. They just wouldn't be leading these breakout groups. Right?
They wouldn't be leading them, but I'm sure they'd be involved in some capacity or come at least listen because they're interested.
So,
to begin with.
first thing people ask when you ask them to serve on something, if they're even interested, is how many times, what time? No, never mind.
I haven't got back the written schedule from the
Do you see it like once a month, once a week? Probably it's going to be a lot less than the focus groups, right?
right.
Okay.
It'll be like an overview committee.
Right. And then how are you doing the focus groups now?
Pre-COVID, we would all get in this room.
Yeah. But how are you going to do it now?
We're going to do it online and some in person.
And then how many groups of people are you talking about? Categories like?
10 to 12.
Okay. So like on housing or residential or whatever, or are you doing anything with infrastructure for housing or anything like that? Covenances, we had a ridiculous covenances up at the end of 4th Street up over the hill there, where 5 little houses somebody parceled that off and sold the 5 plots, and then they fought for years. They're still fighting over it. The lady died in her house fighting with the neighbor, basically. I mean, that wasn't the reason she died, but
This in the county?
yeah. Before you go to go up to the end of North Hill.
Oh, no.
But so you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's like a 20-acre plot. They divide, or 15-acre plot, and they divide it in like 5 spots, and nobody enforced the covenances up there, and the county was reluctant to do anything about it because
They're private covenants.
they're private, right? So they continuously fought and fought and fought. So maybe look into something like that so we don't have future problems in the future or like that. That there's a little bit more to it than just being able to sell your land for what X amount of dollars. And
to dovetail
Yeah.
with that, the existing subdivisions we have in this county have adopted similar things. They enforce them to a certain point, but a lot of our residential growth is occurring in those. 20 years from now.
I just gave you, maybe that's the only incident in all of Linn County, but it just seems like a weird thing when you see it. You go out in the middle of the field and there's 4 houses and it's Hatfield McCoys out there.
Yeah.
Andy's pointing out that we've had this dialogue many, many, many times that we can't enforce anything in those subdivisions, be it where they are, beyond our county regulation.
Right. And that's what I'm saying.
You don't want any cars in your driveway that aren't operable.
Right.
In your
Mm-hmm.
home owners association, that's fine, but our county regulations say 5
Or parts thereof.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to see us look into all that stuff.
Which
I
is
mean-
probably going to change here soon.
Well, I don't know.
That's part of the
It
discussion.
can't be Andy's plan, and no more than it can be Rick's or anybody else. It's going
No.
to be the community as a whole.
Sure.
So I remember during the application process or the interview process with that company, I had asked a few times about incentives, like during the surveys, did they ever come up with anything like that? They'd mentioned that they would think about it or whatever.
We're working on it, but wait to talk with this gentleman right over here too.
He's gonna provide all the incentives?
We're gonna sign it up for as much as we can.
There we go.
All right.
Nothing else to do.
Do you need anything from us? Is there any motions or anything?
No, you,
Did we ever resolve, or we want to use members or people from your thoughts was maybe try to avoid it to begin with?
Of what?
I wouldn't load
Economic
the
development?
planning commission is gonna hear whatever comes up
We're calling it a
at
focus
the
group.
end. If you have a member
No,
on there, I don't
citizens
think that's a foul.
Advisory
I
committee.
wouldn't load it with planning commission members. But that's why when one of the staff members a week ago was going, we can do this person, this person, this, whoa. No, you don't want to do that.
I think that's a good comment. You guys didn't hear it. We just don't want to load it up to but these guys have valuable input, and it's good that we utilize that input and their knowledge and their experience. Maybe one, or on each of these breakout groups, be part of these groups.
Could you get, just so that we're all on the same page, is there any way you could get like maybe a list of
The
like
groups.
details for like what the person needs, like they can be on another group, they can sit on another group, kind of what the.
These are our rules. We're asking him to give us
Well, can you give us
some ideas.
ideas on how you believe that it should be set up and that we can,
You know what I'd suggest? I'd suggest each of you come in with 3 or 4 or 5 names and talk them over and decide. Couldn't they? That way, if you're too loaded on members of this group, you can cull some out, and you kind of work together on it rather than working across purposes. Maybe that's great.
And find some people that have never really been participating, but yet may want to.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. Charlotte Sims has probably volunteered on planning and zoning.
20-some years.
Yeah, I've been on economic development for 20-some years, but it's a passion that you put a lot of work in that. She's been through 2 or 3 comp plans now.
This will be the third.
And so, you throw that out and say, well, we don't want you to participate in this one. Well, I think that's, she may want to participate in that. We've got another guy that's actually planning and zoning, been requested to be on it because he's only been on there a year. Got a lot of educational background.
Okay.
If you could just, if you would, provide me with some names, I'll send them to them and let them do their job.
sounds good.
Can you give us a breakdown one of these times, bring it maybe next week, the different focus groups you have thought of that will be focus groups?
I can contact the planner and but a lot of that's gonna come out in the initial meetings and then.
So you don't think it's come out enough yet?
Well, I hate to be the one picking the topics.
Yeah, what they do, they come in there and say, okay, now what are you guys interested in? What do you want to have discussion about? And
What do you like about Linn County?
yeah, the topics arise out of the discussion.
Exactly. It can't really be a predetermined group of.
I got you. I understand. I got you.
They go to 5 different counties, they're gonna have 5 different groups of stuff.
And I know that we had, here a while back, we'd talked with, I believe you and Bobby and maybe Chris about the septic tanks and the holding tanks and, what we allow, what we won't allow, what we want to allow, what we don't want to allow. Is that are we waiting on the comp plan on that too
To a certain extent,
Oh.
especially if it comes in as one of the topics.
Okay. I had somebody ask me about it and, I guess they'd listened and heard that we had mentioned it, so.
But
I wanted to be sure we-
don't you think that there's going to be topics that your office, Jackie, Chris, or somebody may have that never get brought up, so we don't talk about it?
Could be. I hope so. I hope there's things.
No. I mean that it just gets overlooked.
Well, you'll have the opportunity to make input too.
Yeah.
But I think what he's saying is they don't wanna shut out input by prejudging and say,
Right.
here's the topic. But if they look at the things after the discussion has occurred and say, "God, they really missed this," you can toss that in.
That will be a concern of mine. Make sure we get answers for things that we know that's going on that maybe somebody just didn't think of.
planning commission will have a public hearing on it at the end too, so.
Okay. All right. I think it's a good step forward.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mhm.
Taylor, I know you've been sitting here for a while and we already had public comment, but I mean, is there something that you want to say or talk about or you want to step up and just state your name? We'll allow you to do that since you waited.
Hi, my name is Taylor Robinson. I worked for the county for a little over a year as your guys' cabin cleaner, and I absolutely loved it. The reason why I'm here today is because I really want a full-time job. Unfortunately, I feel like I haven't been given the opportunity to even get one because, what are we in? Almost November, almost. I got my CDL. I have a Class B CDL. I got it last June. And I know that typically when you guys have somebody do the training to get their CDL, most of the time it's to hire somebody. And I don't know if it's something that I've done wrong because of COVID or any of that, or if it's that because I'm a woman that I wouldn't be able to do some of these jobs that a man could. But I absolutely love, when I was here, I absolutely loved working for the county, and I want to make the county a better place. And I really feel like I could do a great job for you guys. I just want to be given an opportunity to. I've recently had put in for the noxious weed department, and I understand that that got filled, but I've also put in for the North Shop position as a driver, and I feel like I could do that job 100%. But it's like I haven't heard anything from anyone.
Are you now a county employee?
At the moment, no. There may be a couple hours left from when I was a part-timer.
So just to clarify that, make sure you were on 1,000 hours, right?
I was
And
on
you- It was because you almost ran out of hours, right?
yes, sir.
Yeah. And did you applied for a job, but you haven't had an answer back on it yet?
I got the answer back for the noxious weed one, and you know, you guys talked about it this morning, but I know that that got hired, but I haven't heard anything about the dump truck driver position. And before I even tried to come up here I think it was last week or something, I really haven't heard anything. And my hours technically would have been up a month ago. I think that, like I said, I think there's maybe 8 hours left on the thing, but I haven't had work in over a month and I need a job.
Right. Well, I can assure you it's not because we don't hire women, because we do have a woman that's filling a position over there now.
Yes. And,
So it's not that. I don't know. I'll have to talk to Jackie.
and I don't mean to sound rude by saying it like that. I just, like I said, I really want a job, and I know that I can work just as hard as any of these guys out here. I passed my CDL the first time.
Right. Good. Okay.
Have you got experience driving the truck too? I mean, as far as a dump truck?
Yes, I have some experience driving it because Sean, the manager down at the park down in Lacine, I went with him a couple times and we hauled rock and stuff, and I've helped him pour it and everything. And I feel like let's just say if I were to get hired and somebody took the time to train me a little more, that I would have no problem with it.
You've got an employment process, you follow through it, and it'll be important just to make application anytime you see a job that looks like one that you're interested in.
And that's why I applied for the noxious weed one and the dump truck one, because even though I don't have the certifications yet for the noxious weed one necessarily, the other guy that got hired for that
Right.
isn't any more qualified than I am. Yes, he may have been here longer than I was, but I think he may have been here, I don't know, a year or two longer, which I'm totally happy for him. I don't mean it rude sounding like
Right.
that, but I want a job just like the next guy, and I feel like I can do any of these jobs if somebody takes the time to train me.
Well, I want to say thank you for coming out and speaking up for yourself. And that's something we'll have to talk to Jackie about to find out where he's at in the process. Nobody's been hired for that position yet, from what I understand. So
Yes.
that's a possibility. I don't know all the reasons, if there is any reasons, or if he's just holding back. Some,
It's
yeah.
important for everybody to understand the process and
Yeah.
how it works.
Yeah.
You can't short circuit the process.
Right.
Otherwise, everybody's been here applying for jobs. So
Sure.
it's good that you spoke up, but it'll be through the process.
That, and I completely understand that, and I respect everything that you guys do. And please don't take me coming up here as being rude to any of you guys, because I really don't mean it like that.
No, I don't think we're,
No, we won't take it that
I
way.
appreciate you coming in and
It's-
speaking to us and waiting all morning to talk to us. So that means something to me. So
I wouldn't be here today if it didn't mean a lot to me, because it truly does. And if I hear something back from the other job down at the North Shop, that's great. But at this point, like I said, I just need a job, and I want to do a great job for the county.
we appreciate you coming in and talking. You know, like I said, we go through a process with Jackie and kind of leave it at that, I guess. Not to push you out or anything.
No, I understand.
I commend you for your enthusiasm too. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to talk to you guys today.
And thanks for waiting around. Have a
Thank
good day.
you.
You ready? Got more? You got more to talk about on the health,
On the microphone.
on the health side?
Oh, well, yeah, I guess we could.
This
probably.
building?
No.
What are you doing about that?
Yeah, the health.
Yeah.
The health of the building. I was gonna, if you're gonna write up some scopes and trying to get this out in front of some folks to get some competitive bidding as best you can, obviously the very first things are footings and foundation and slab rough in, things like that. But, anyway, just trying to kind of write up a few scopes so that we could do that, or a few questions. Chris, I was gonna talk to him. I mean, I almost think he would prefer to do the low voltage into that, and maybe have a contractor come in and do the raceway up the wall so that it gives him vias to get down to where he needs to be. But you don't mind, I'll try and write up some generic scopes so that we can get them approved and get them out for some advertisement. I think in the paper last week, there was some, I didn't read it, but there was some advertisement for some immediate construction services for the community. And that should serve for, I think Jack's had some feedback from some different folks. So anyway, I've got a few questions. If you don't mind, I'll try and lead on a few of these scopes and bring them back to you guys for your approval. The immediate ones we've talked about, the foundation, the slab on grade, the mechanical rough end, that kind of stuff. But the existing building is a wood frame, structural wood frame facility on a 10-foot stud wall and some things like that. So, but I will have a few questions about how you want to proceed.
Does Jackie have anything he needs to add to that, or?
I don't know. Hey, Chris, we just asked about, like, for the low voltage, I assume Cat 6E cabling, were you gonna run into each exam room for computers, or are you wanting to do that work, and maybe the contractor would provide you a conduit to the top of the wall? Okay. We're gonna have to look at the,
And you just directly bury that, right? Cat 6?
This would all be
To the walls.
Update the walls. And I'm sure that there's internet service to the facility. Okay, and that's all. Is it fiber or? Cool. One of the things that you're gonna have to, you're gonna relocate that generator that from the existing facility, it is a natural gas generator. I'm not saying that can't be changed to a propane, but I think it's probably makes sense to go ahead and make application for natural gas for that facility. Only thing there, I believe, that's running on natural or propane at this time is the existing furnace. It's a few years old. I think we need to look and see if that can be converted to natural gas. I believe it can, but it probably needs to be verified that it can. But I assume that we probably need to make an application for natural gas to that particular facility.
What about, do we need to get a hold of Pleasant about application for a building permit, or has that been dealt with? It's been done?
Yeah, I think Jack took care of that. Got the building permit in hand for working on that health department?
Yes, I sent it to them last week.
That had actually been picked up and paid for?
They were gonna pay for it.
Okay, but we do have the permit in hand. Well,
Lamp it on the window out there or something, or,
Okay, I'll reply.
I mean, is that, I don't know how Pleasant does it, but
well, I thought, and if you probably a quick talk to David, you probably something you can pay for on your county credit card. What is it, $100 or 35 or?
are we planning on any sidewalks or anything coming around through here or around the building or?
Depends on what you're gonna do with it beyond that, but I wouldn't recommend we did them immediately because they might get chipped or oil dropped on them, or somebody setting trusses, drive up on the corner and break off the corner. Do that site work a little bit later. Now, what we might wanna do,
I'll tell you one thing that could be a concern of mine is that entryway sucks. It just does, I think. I think it's horrible how you pull up in here to, try to get in and you're trying to back out. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's a down the road thing, but, that's just me personally talking. I mean, that's just, I'd see it as it being I know we'll have a little parking lot over here and stuff, but it seemed like a little pain, but.
they took some shots over here to try and deal with some water around the facility and make sure you get positive drainage. What I was gonna say, for any auxiliary concrete, there is a sidewalk to that door right now, but we're probably gonna have to set that generator out here, that service is right here, the panel inside of it, you're gonna have to get an ATS, an automatic transfer located. Is that interior, Rick or Chris, or is it next?
There's the exterior.
That's good. We may have to set that in there, because between that meter and that panel, you're gonna have to get an ATS, shuts off and picks up the whole building. Which, anyway, you're gonna want a little auxiliary concrete, this one thing goes on by and the sidewalk comes through here like that. But it won't be a big deal. I don't think so.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Anything else?
I don't think so. I think we got enough to get us rolling here a little bit.
I'll second it. Second it. Mike got it. Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Where would you put that hub at?